neighbor know what STEAM is? This is science, technology, engineering, agriculture, arts, archaeology, mathematics, eventually the whole Kyambogo. You know, an education system which does not lead to community development is questionable. There must be something. And universities, we contribute a lot to development. I want to thank Kyambogo University for spearheading this. I think we need to clap for ourselves. Members, when you move around there, you see a lot that is taking place in Kyambogo. A lot of innovation. We are doing a lot. We need to thank God. We need to appreciate our university and to appreciate ourselves for the time we are putting in. This is the way to go. I want to thank the university. I want to thank the mobilizers. I want to thank the organizers, the participants, and everybody here. Coming up with this in this area of limited resources takes a lot of time, takes a lot of thinking, takes a lot of innovation. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so, so much. Can we clap for ourselves? STEAM started last year. And members, as you can see, as we are moving on, a lot is coming in. Many innovations are coming. Many innovations from Kyambogo. So, as somebody ever said, if you don't want to change, change will change you. We are determined to change the university, to change Uganda, to change the entire world. And this is Kyambogo. So, mine is a brief. So let me not waste time for the activities that are going to take place. And I call my sister, Dr. Anne Nakajire, the Dean Engineering, who is the moderator for this function. Please, let's welcome her.
Good morning to you all. Welcome to our second day of STEAM. And like my colleague said, I would like to also join her to thank the organizers for the success we have achieved so far. This morning, I have been given a task to moderate. We are in a research institution. Our mandate is around teaching and learning, but also research is core. And a lot is going on. Research is not new. It has been going on for quite a long time. However, due to the changes in trends, the changes in development, and the changes in industrialization, it is necessary for us to change the way we undertake, think, and do research. Thus, today it's very important for us to tackle the general topic of progression from basic research to research for development to research for commercialization. While we do this, it's very important for us to initiate sustainable dialogues between research, policy, and industry for evidence-based decision making. I have a panel of people who are going to take us through this journey, and I would like to invite them over. Our keynote speaker today is Dr. Dick Kamgasha, Deputy Director, Uganda Industry Research Institute. Please come and join. We also have Mr. Tony Luwama, the Manager Patents and Industrial Design, Uganda Registration Service Bureau. We will shortly be joined by Mr. Linitwe, the Director Research Finds New, who will also be talking about his journey in this sector, and also Mr. Nyanzi Julius, the co-founder and CEO of Prof Bioresearch. So in the interest of time, I would like to pass the mic over to our keynote speaker to tell us about this journey, to tell us about innovations, the successes, the landscape, and the opportunities around this.
Good morning. It's good to see some familiar faces. I had the privilege to visit and be here in a pre-STEAM event. So it's good to be here for the real event. And it's encouraging to see that it's growing and really the spirit is alive. The subject, like the moderator has said, is on realizing sustainable linkages between research, policy, and industry for evidence-based decision making. And I think my point of departure in talking about this, and I think I'm qualified to talk about this subject because I work for government in a research institution. So that is, I think, point number one. The second point is that I have a history, if you like, of being involved in policy making. Therefore, understand the importance of policy making, which I'm going to talk about, and industry, because the institution where I work is Uganda Industrial Research Institute. And we are the premier institution for promoting industrialization in the country at a practical level. But addressing myself to the subject, first and foremost, the epicenter for evidence-based decision making is policy. And the strength of any nation, if you check the globe, is their policies. The quality of the policies as written, but most importantly, the effectiveness with which policies are implemented, monitored, reviewed, and adjusted to suit the needs of a given nation. So as I speak, let us examine ourselves, because I think part of improvement is a candid assessment of yourself. You remember when we were students, a candid assessment of your abilities and how you're performing. So as Uganda, how are we doing on policy making? I have interfaced with that sphere, and I think one of the comments is that we are one of the countries that writes the best policies on earth. How effective are we when it comes to putting those policies into effect? I think that is the area that we want to think about, and I think as a country we are even as we speak going through an adjustment process. Even what you see manifesting as program-based budgeting and planning, I think is part of a realization that we've not been translating policies into action as effectively as we could. Yet foreigners have been coming, copying and pasting our policies and making them work better for them wherever they are in the world. So I just wanted to start with that. Therefore, the starting point on the subject of how we link research, policy and industry, for me, I think, is reconnaissance studies. Before you embark on anything, you need to understand what you're facing. Reconnaissance studies on the status of research, the status of policies, the status of industrialization in the country as it is, not fictional, distorted. What is the actual situation, the baseline on those three things. And in doing those studies, ladies and gentlemen, the focus should be on identifying high priority and potential areas where industrialization can contribute socio-economic transformation. Because when we talk about industry and industrialization, it is a broad, broad subject. Industrialization can go from transforming agricultural produce into value-added foods and beverages, and at the other end of the spectrum is space science and putting rockets and satellites in space. All that is industry because you are manufacturing products for a specific function. So I think for us as a developing country, we need to focus where are our priorities vis-a-vis what are the strengths of our population, and come up with a logical starting point and follow it in a sequence which makes sense in terms of our needs at a people level. So for example, without going very far, agriculture would have to be an important pillar linked to industry, since that's where most of our people in the population are involved. So value addition, if you come to an institution like URI, that's why it is a high priority, because value addition of agricultural raw materials touches almost every household in the country. Having done those studies, and I will soon come to where those studies should be done, because it's an important thing, but where should that effort reside? I'll be talking about that. Having done these studies, we can then iteratively work backwards to identify the necessary policy interventions and the areas where policy alignment and realignment and review is essential towards creating an enabling environment for faster industrialization. Similarly, the research agenda, not at institutional level, between all of these areas and islands of research. Where are they leading to? What is the pipeline? So when we talk about research agenda at a national level, there should be some examination of the connectedness of what different entities are doing towards a common goal, which is to transform our country and economy. At a functional level, ladies and gentlemen, the STI sector, which was recently created, can promote accelerated industrialization by promoting innovation as a vehicle for leveraging research and policy instruments for improved productivity in priority sectors of the national economy. This is now the coordination effect I'm talking about. We have been talking about silos, islands of operation. Agriculture is doing what it is doing. Industry is doing what it's doing. They are not talking, but they are serving the same master called government of Uganda, but they are not connected. So the birth of the STI sector and the creation of a ministry running now as a secretariat is critically important because that's how we link the efforts in energy, in industry, in education, in ICT, agriculture, health, and the list goes on, of productive sectors of the national economy. And education, which concerns Kyambogo University here today, is extremely important because the output from here produces the skilled manpower that we need in all of these sectors. So energy is going to take a product from you, industry, the same, ICT, you name it. So the academic sector, academia, is very, very important. And if you iterate backwards, we now ask ourselves, what are we teaching? What are our programs? The recent media has been very harsh. And for my part, I concurred with the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker when he was talking to our boss. It's expiry versus review, that whole thing. You'll never have a static condition, let's say, in the education sector. We are always evolving. Curricula is constantly migrating and being reviewed because the world around us is changing, the needs of industry and the employers are changing. So the idea of expiry in the interim, but we continuously improve. And I think that's a space where education becomes important nationally. But the role of the STI sector, therefore, is more about coordinating and advocating for transition towards a knowledge-based economy, because that's where the world is going. And if you don't move with the times, you are left behind, you become obsolete, you become irrelevant. So we want to move from an agriculture-based economy towards a knowledge-based economy. And of course, academia is at the heart of that. That's why it's encouraging for some of us to come to a festival like this, where we're talking about the relevance of STEAM to national development. And you couldn't have a better theme than demystifying science, technology, and innovation for development, because that's what it's all about. Like I said when I was here for the pre-STEAM engagement, we're saying that innovation, if not producing products and services commercially, is probably not worth. That should be our goal. That when we talk about products and services, will be things that are applicable, useful, which contribute to import substitution, exports we never had before, and to be ambitious in sectors that I've mentioned in the national economy should take on its own STI-related objectives, projects, and activities. I think this is one of the areas where there has been confusion since the STI ministry and sector was created. This sector was not created to do our work. If our work as URI is to promote industrialization, that is our job. It doesn't mean that we sleep because there's a new prefect. But we expect coordination from that sector through the studies I talked about, because the studies would be saying, okay, the interventions we should be having in the industry sector are these. And then at a planning level, at a national level, policy, the policy sphere, the jobs would be allotted where they should be, so that NPA would say, from these recommendations, your role is this. Take it, here are your resources, implement. But even in doing that, there's a need for monitoring. So I think the STI sector would be a good one for that. as the initiator for advocating what should be done in different sectors, they would also be the ones to now be the monitor in terms of performance, outcomes, and effectiveness. And in doing this, I think, moderator, one of the things that we should do is to be honest as we go along. When we talk about sustainability, sometimes sustainability is taking stock of the things you have done, and if there is something which is not working very well, don't continue the program. Maybe change it or replace it with something else that is effective. Because in implementing, you're spending money. And we all agree, especially in the season we are right now, that we don't have enough money. Here we are borrowing, sustain our operations as government. Shouldn't we also be rationalized? And it starts with us. When we say government, I always hear people say government hasn't. I am government. So we have a role to play in saying, okay, let us review the things we are doing institutionally and above, and we make the changes that are necessary, and that is part of evidence-based decision making. When do we take stock? And of course, taking stock, related to taking stock of how we are doing and how effective we are doing, involves measurement. It involves the indicators we're using. How are we measuring our performance? Okay, how do you measure performance in the ICT sector compared to energy, compared to education? Can you have a cut and paste across? I don't think so. I think we need to review some of those things, how we measure performance, especially for us in research. When we are funded, at least the old way of funding, now that we've moved to program-based budgeting, I think things are going to be a bit better. The idea of 12 months after receiving a budget, give us your outcomes. Now in research, does it work like that? Some of the outputs from research take years. Some research is not successful, but you learn positively from what hasn't worked. So the way we measure science, technology, and innovation needs to be, and other sectors where there are some unique features, the way we assess, I think is critical to the sustainability factor. And I think moving forward, as we do these changes that I've talked about, we'll need to have this process inform the next national development plan, because we're not very far from that period where we're going to be talking about formulating NDP 4. NDP 3 has been good because for the first time ever in history of Uganda, science, technology, and innovation attained sector status. Before that, it was a silent voice. Those of you who may remember our brothers and sisters at National Council for Science and Technology, they were a flag bearer. They were walking, they were limping, they were struggling. They didn't have a voice in cabinet because it was a small department under the Ministry of Finance, which, as we know, is inordinately busy. But now, as a country, and we have to commend our government for that, we've elevated under NDP 3 STI to sector status, the first time ever. And I think we can clap for government for that. So my expectation is that moving into NDP 4, this topic that we're talking about will be one of the major ones that we debate, talk about, so that we have better linkage between research, policy, and industrialization drive. There will be, of course, some critical success factors if we are to strengthen these areas of research, industry, and policy. It starts with linking better academia, government, private sector, because that's what it is. The industry is sitting in the private sector, and the public. I think for a long time, we've been thinking of those first three. We've been focusing on academia, what are we doing? Private sector, what are we doing? government, public sector, what are we doing? But who are we doing it for? Who's the end user of the efforts of academia? The public. Government, the public. Private sector, who consumes products and services? The public. So we need a new model, and I think that's what some people have been calling the quadruple helix. We've moved from the triple helix, you remember the triple helix? To now the fourth pillar, which gives us a quadruple effect, which is communities. So that if you're a university, if you're Kyambogo University and you're seated here, you have to take an interest in the immediate community and, of course, the national agenda. And if you're not relevant to both, then you have a challenge. So similarly with research institutions, if we're doing R&D, who is it for? If you don't look at the community, you don't look at industry, and you look at academia, then that is a problem. So the way we do things in terms of linkage, that is an important pillar. And at the heart of all of it, as I conclude, is innovation, innovation, innovation. We've talked about it in pre-STEAM, and I'm sure we're going to continue to hear of it, because any economy in this world today that does not foster innovation, that does not encourage innovators, and I'm seeing a big innovator here in Professor Baziraki. If we don't support people like him to turn innovations into industries, then really we are doing ourselves a disservice, because that is where the future is. And I think with those words, conclude, so that I know there's a panel session after this, that we can interact more. My intent is not to have a lecture, it was just to share a perspective against which we can maybe have a foundation for a useful dialogue. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kamgasha. You've mentioned critical issues, the best policies, and how to translate this into practice. But critical, it also shows that academia, we are the center of this. And this message goes out to especially the younger generation. While you're in school, know you're the force behind innovation, you're the force behind development. So let us start thinking in that direction. However, critically is, who are we doing this for? The public, the community. This is very, very important. It is on that note that I would like you to join me to welcome Mr. Lugendo Alinaitwe. Let's welcome him. He's the Director of Research Finds New. He's a media scholar, a researcher, a journalist, a communications consultant, a marketeer, a STEAM education advocacy activist, and he's also a Desmond Tutu Fellow. I think I have done justice to that introduction. And what I think my audience would be interested to know is, you're a journalist, and you've been in this industry for a very long time. However, you changed the way you cover news and decided it's very important to cover research. So, as you newsify research findings, tell us about your successes, the challenges you have faced, and how we can work together to make research more visible and easy for the public to understand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good morning, everyone, and good morning to you, my fellow panelists. Yes, I am from Research Finds News, a website that's just about probably 11 months old now. And we cover stories. We newsify research findings. I have been going through this little book and seeing lots of abstracts. And that's where we go. We go and dig into those abstracts, into published journal articles, theses, to pick out what the non-academic audience can decipher, can just speak out of what you've discovered. I find it very interesting, first and foremost, because one, when I went in to start doing that, first of all, I'm from a background that is disruptive. I like to disrupt, to box, to think outside the box, to do what is unique that no one else is doing. And so, from a media background, I noticed that there's no media house that is covering academia in terms of exposing, in terms of translating what academia are doing. And instead, we focus on Bobby Wine, Museveni, accidents, because those are the stories. Guards shooting each other, and academic, expired academic courses. That's what we focus on. But yet, she told them I'm also a STEM activist. What I'm doing is, outside this, I also teach children who are aged between 4 and 15 years practical implementation skills in STEM and robotics. And in fact, some of our children just returned from a competition, World Robotics competitions in Dallas. They were representing Uganda. And in Africa, only 4 countries. But the US alone had about 800 teams. We only had 1 team from Uganda. And you could see the global north and the global south, the differences, the way they focus. You could see who is actually building a knowledge economy and who is not. But apart from that, I felt that there's so much that gathers dust on the shelves, and I would say digital shelves, where we deposit our papers and then speak to ourselves. We preach to the choir, we preach to the converted, those of us who are engaged in research for PhD purposes, for postdoctoral purposes, or for purposes of just getting a master's and you get out of university and just go and do other things. So we just put those things somewhere and go. As long as I have read your paper and cited you, that's it. But if we are talking about socio-economic transformation, then you cannot talk about socio-economic transformation minus knowledge translation, because that's where we best to be able to develop our country, our countries, our societies. So while I was interacting with these texts, because I'm also a student now, for PhD student, now the journalist in me picks something strange about what I was reading, what I was discovering, and I sat down and said, but these look like stories. If I stepped the jargon down, simplified it, so that the border would actually read it. In fact, one of the stories was written by the Guardian newspaper in UK, and they based that story on, I think, a sociology researcher at Makerere University, who researched borders, and he was investigating how border transport or fare contributes to the spread of HIV/AIDS, and the discovery was that most women, sorry to say this, but most women actually were paying in kind, not in cash. They pay these borders in kind. They sleep with the borders because they cannot manage daily transport fare. And a journalist from the Guardian, imagine from the other side, picked this journal article in Makerere University and published a very good story, and that was linking the spread of HIV to border and transport. And all these I read, and then I was like, but we can do this here. And so the success stories have been enormous. In the last 10 months of just piloting it, we've newsfied so many journals, and we are very few because not every journalist understands research and how to translate it to a non-academic audience. And we've got so many academicians coming to contact us to say, please newsify mine as well. I have so many who have called in from Bara University because there's a graduation coming out tomorrow. And they're all people here in Kyambogo. There are some of you who have actually, we have interacted and published. I think one of you here, Dr. Nagasha, we newsified her project to do with ghee transformation. I think she's teaching about transforming ghee into cosmetics. And she's been contacted by several people outside Uganda because they read the story and were able to discover what she's doing. And the success there is that we've managed to bring journalism and academia have a discussion. And we're also trying to ensure that we mix academic rigor with journalistic flair so that you don't find that journal difficult to read. And so once we've put in the flair, then we attach your paper below the story so that then now people like my friend Professor Bazirake can now go and dig into the proper article and maybe cite it if they want. So it helps also the academicians to get more citations. Or we know that policy people in this country, especially civil servants, have a love-hate relationship with researchers. They think researchers are just theoretical. So you publish your policy brief, send it to them, they just put it there, they will never read it. So what we are doing at Finds is that we are trying to grab their attention to read these things. So if a story is well newsified, it has an attractive or catchy headline, then the civil servant will be able to go through and also read your paper. And then eventually what Dr. Kamugasha was saying, industry now begins to discuss with academia. That's how the discussion starts. I have read this story that is attractive. People were asking me especially about Dr. Nagasha's thing. And they were like, where is this woman? We want to have a discussion. There's another one actually recently. You must have seen it. Again from a Kyambogo University lecturer here. I think I forget her name. Recently, she did, her PhD was about how inadequate housing in the police is contributing to marital rape and sexual violence amongst couples in the police, you know. And she just did the PhD and took the book to them and asked them, please, we want to, can we disseminate this? I think when the guy read through and was like, you go, we shall call you, because it was embarrassing. So she kept it. And then one day, I was at a conference like this, she had me talk about this, then she came, says, you know, I did something serious because my respondents were like, please, we beg you, make sure our bosses know our concerns. And she had no way. I said, can you newsify it? I said, yes. So I newsified it about, I think, last week. And oh my God, amazing. The IGP called me, the head of CID called me, many others. And we were like, what is this woman? We want to have a discussion. And so maybe eventually she might end up now moving around the entire police force on a contract to talk about her findings. And her findings will probably lead to improvement in housing conditions within the police. That's what we're talking about when policy meets academia through a newsification process. And there you are, we were able to do something about our countries. So the challenges have been, as I conclude this question, have been, one, I'm a student, then instead of reading texts to enhance my PhD, then I have to read her things. I have to read about Professor Bazirake's bananas and things. And then I have to read about medicine, I have to read about engineering, I have to read about it's such a difficult process. And two, people read it for free because we can't charge. But we hope that probably maybe in future, maybe those who want to be newsified can pay us some little money and then we read their texts. But there's too much to do, too much work, too many publications out there. And it will require that we transform this publication into something more more broad, that perhaps even experts like you here who can actually write these stories themselves and bring them to us. What we have been doing actually has been to train experts like you in simple news writing basics, so that then, instead of sending me your paper, you have something like a press release that you can create out of your paper, or a policy brief that you can create out of your paper. It becomes easier for me to now translate that very, very fast, instead of having to read something difficult from medicine and other places. So those are the challenges that we've been facing. We don't have funding. We hope through the researchers we'll access funding, because I think those who fund research sometimes also afford some budget for translation, for dissemination. And this is one of disseminating the research findings. Those are some of the challenges we are facing.
Thank you very much. I hope you've been inspired, because I have. You answered the critical questions from our pre-STEAM conference of sustainability and visibility. So I think the chair of the conference, this is the opportunity for us to engage Mr. Elinaitwe, and we see how we can get our research out there for the community to understand, and also for people to pick interest. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to join me to welcome Mr. Nyanzi Julius. Please. I'm now taking you to a different dimension, where I want you to get motivated, especially to do research and also get into commercialization. Mr. Nyanzi is the co-founder and CEO of Prof Bioresearch, and he's simply known as Omukenju. He deals in providing bioresearch products and solutions that are community-oriented, portraying value addition to productive agro-business. So, Mr. Nyanzi, over to you. As a young person who has ventured into this industry, you are driven by the urge to promote innovation and invent in an environmentally friendly and safe, and to ensure that we have safe products for consumers. My audience would be interested to know, how do you decide amongst these many products you're working with what to put out on the market, what the challenges are that you have found while doing this, and most importantly, how do you maneuver the IP issues surrounding commercialization? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nakajiri. I'm glad to be here. My fellow panelists, professors in the building, head of departments, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am by the names of Nyanzi Julius, the brain behind Prof Bioresearch. Prof Bioresearch, we add value to natural products. We are the first people to introduce stevia farming here in Uganda, and also making perfumes from our naturally available plants. We are at Equatorial Mall, and I normally drive a campaign, a development campaign known as Mbozo Mkenkfu. I do TV, that is Bukede. I do radios, different radio stations, and I also write in different newspapers. The question is very big, because the idea of translating knowledge into practical, tangible benefits to the society is very key. I remember when I graduated in 2014, I graduated from Kyambogo University. I did a Bachelor of Science in Botany and Chemistry. Then I went back to do Master of Science in Pharmacognosy. Basically, I'm a natural products person. But before I graduated, I realized a gap between the academicians and the ordinary people. Because most people, when you talk about natural products, they push you towards the traditional healers. There are not many researchers who have endeavored to research about natural products from plants. Apart from a few, I've known of Professor Ogwang of Covidex, Dr. Nambatia, and just a number of few people. So for me, when I identified that gap, I began pushing. Actually, as a matter of fact, I first came here at Kyambogo in 2008 to apply for Bachelor of Science in Foods and Nutrition. But they delayed to release the list. So I decided to go to Makerere because there was too much red tape here by then. I was looking around, you could come here in the night, they tell you come back tomorrow, come back the other day. So I decided to join Makerere University. After all, they used to refer to it as a Kasozi Kabaiv. But nevertheless, I kept contact this side of Kyambogo. So I started researching because when I realized that there is a problem at hand, when you are an innovator or a person who wants to change society, look at the problem in the society. Most researchers want to satisfy a few people. And normally I look at them, when they are writing proposals, they direct proposals towards the president. That is the biggest shortfall, because when you undermine the local community, remember when you look at the pyramid, the people who need your services are very many, and they are willing to work with you, even support you. But in most cases, we target a few technocrats and the big people in the political side. So for me, I looked at the people, the Wananchi. That was my business strategy. And I looked at the problem they had at hand, which was diabetes. So I started researching about stevia. Stevia is a natural plant, and we have it there at our stall. You just pick leaves and put in your tea, and it sweetens your tea. It does not stop only at sweetening your tea. Actually, I have a sample here of the stevia. This is stevia. This is a plant. We crushed the leaves and we made the powder. Now, this bottle is equivalent to 100 kilos of ordinary sugar, because stevia is about 200 times sweeter than sugar. So when I saw that opportunity, so I went to different exhibitions. I was in my first year at Makerere University. So I went to WOMA, Uganda Manufacturers Association, to present my case, to show them that I have a stevia product which is sweet, and help me push it. But when I reached there, the people there asked me about $1,000. I didn't have that money because I was a student. Because you know, when you need space at WOMA, they normally charge in dollars. So I didn't have the dollars. So I was so disappointed. And I talked to the show manager by then, was known as Mr. Mukasa. I told him, but the banner states that buy Uganda, build Uganda. I don't have enough shillings. Now you are asking me US dollars. So I was so disappointed. So as I was marching out, one of the colleagues saw me. She works under Uganda Small Scale Industries. That is, Uganda Small Scale Association. She's known as Veronica. She offered a place. She gave me a space of 5 feet by 5 feet to showcase my product. And what I did is to bring plants, because I know by the Uganda saying, atunda yolesa ya mazao ki amangu. Because I got a lot of challenges. People are telling me that you've mixed sugar with moringa. Now you're trying to free us of our money. But I had to bring the plant. So that was a strategy. I had to show to the people who had come, and I made some good money. I made around 800,000. So I went back to Makerere University. I narrated my story and my experience with the lecturers there. But for them, they were telling me now, write a paper about this, so that you document. You never know, you can even do a PhD or a master's degree about that project. So for me, as a person who had looked at the potential and the benefits from the society, the community, I first delayed that idea. So for them, I told them, now, what we are going to do, let us make a small staircase, a showcase, so that we can put this product there. By then, the head who was in charge, she's now the vice chancellor of mountains of Bishop. It's called Bishop Stewart University. Dr. Maud Kamatenesi. She believed in me, Dr. Maud. Yeah? So I started displaying, and I started making money out of students in my first year. So the fellow lecturers, the lecturers were pushing me to write something, which was not bad. But for me, I was looking at the business side. So I continued with all these exhibitions. And then I studied the economic statement, which says, especially from Warren Buffett, that in business you have to diversify. So I ended up even adding on aromas. I got some flowers from Namirembe Road and also Bombo Road. You know, along Bombo Road, there are those florists who sell flowers. So what I did is to make oil, because I realized the shop goers, they were asking me about something smelling good. So I came up with an idea of making aromas. Then when I made the aromas, they were so good. I went back to the second time, but this time around I didn't go to Woma. I went to the Buganda organized trade show called Peosa. So in Peosa, the Nabagerika was so mesmerized by my aromas, and there were some whites who had come to visit our stores. So I ended up getting a place at American Embassy. That client was working at the American Embassy. So they introduced me to the American Embassy. So I started making mosquito repellents out of the Christmas tree, eucalyptus. And then I got an opportunity to go to WIPO to be exposed to intellectual property. WIPO had a conference in Switzerland, and I was invited to participate to get more information about patents, geographical indications, and copyright. So when I got the opportunity as a result of exposure to the American Embassy staff, I normally carry my stuff. So on the plane, I carried the aromas. You know, they don't allow you to carry things, yeah, when you're flying. So me, I kept mine in my small briefcase. So they kept on asking me, where's your passport? You know, I was a young person. Where is your passport? These were hostess. So in the process, I moved my passport, and the aroma poured in the plane. So, you know, the airplane doesn't have windows. They are ACs. So the aroma kept on saturating from the passengers to the pilot, from the pilot to the air hostess. So they kept asking, who has those aromas? I kept quiet because I knew the next stopover, I'll be ejected out. So I kept quiet. But when they said, who has the sweet aromas? I stood up. And I told them I'm the one. So when I stood up, I made some dollars, $1,000. Yeah, I made some good money. So when I reached that World Intellectual Property Organization conference, I had some money. I was so motivated. And then even I got, they call it per diem, that attendance fee. So in total, I came back with $3,000. So the $3,000, I decided, because I was working in this type of street business, whereby my shop was in the bag. I put my things in the what? In the bag. So I decided to open up a shop at Equitable Mall. That was in my third year at Kyambogo University. I opened up a shop there. But in the process of opening up the shop, I didn't disclose myself to the owner of the building, that is Karim Hiriji, because I didn't have enough money for my thinking. So I went, I switched talk to a lady there who was selling Bitenge. Told her, no, we can partner. Me, I have sweet aromas. You see, these aromas are going to attract clients. And you just allow me to work from here. Give me a small space. Bambi, she accepted. She gave me a small space. Then I started making business from there. As I continued going to exhibitions. Now, remember, I had made my $3,000 on the plane. So now I went back to Woma. I told Mr. Mukasa, I have my $1,000 now. Last time you chased me away because I didn't have what? Dollars. So they gave me space. So the business continued to grow. And here we are. We are at Equatorial. We own one of the biggest stores for natural products. And as a matter of fact, the awards kept on coming through. I remember in 2016, I won the Private Sector Foundation Uganda Innovator of the Year. Then we went to 2017, Pakasa Most Innovative Youth. 2018, Uganda Manufacturers Innovator of the Year. And 2019. So my continued participation in different exhibitions drew the attention of the president. Because where I am, the aromas smell very, very, very so nice. And what I do, I normally put this at the walkway. As you're passing by, there's no way you can miss out my aroma. So that's what I did to the president. Now the SFC guys pushed me away. We are in Munyonyo, Commonwealth something. There was exhibition by Commonwealth. So the president was like, oh, aroma is smelling so good. What could be that? Then I raised up my hand. This is cedar. Then the SFC guys told me, put your hand down. Put your things down. The president has sinusitis and respiratory issues. We don't allow these things. Who told you to raise up your hand? But the president got so concerned, and he asked for my details. So when he asked for my details, the person whom he directed me to work with wasn't so much cooperative. I gave up. You know, we call it that chikono. They pushed you. They pushed me. So I didn't give up. I continued working so hard, and I diversified my product range. Along the way, I was on TV. He saw me again, and then he called me. And because I was talking about money grows on trees, I had written a book, Money Grows on Trees. So he called me to State House, and he asked me, how can money grow on trees? How can you lie, Ugandans? But you young man, but good enough I've seen you again. They had told me you had gone to USA. I said, no, me, I'm around. I've been around. I've been looking for you. Hey, did you come back from USA? I told him, no, I've been around, actually. So he got so impressed, and I explained to him how money grows on trees. That the eucalyptus we see, if we convert it into oil, a liter of eucalyptus, we buy it at 300,000. That means an acre gives you 120 liters. That is equivalent of 36 million. And you know, normally when you go to State House, you see it under the shade. It has those big trees around. I even got some sap from a pine tree. I showed him how we can make oil out of the sap and oil out of the pine needles. At the end of the meeting, I told him that's how money grows on trees. Thank you very much.
Wow, quite interesting. How many of you would like to be like him when you grow up? Show of hands. Wow, looks like everyone. Thank you very much, Omkenkfu, Julius, Nyanzi. Ladies and gentlemen, his story is quite interesting. But one of the aspects we've realized that makes researchers nervous is the fact that they will steal their ideas. He has told you he traveled to learn how to protect his. However, today, we want to assure you, you don't need to travel. So you won't be spending. You can get it done within Uganda. And I would like to invite Mr. James Tony Luwama, the Manager of Patents and Industrial Design in the Uganda Registration Service Bureau. Mr. Luwama, we are researchers. Many institutions now have high interest in IP-related issues. Please describe to us the IP journey and what those missing links are between research and industry that we have to look into to enable us to progress to that stage like Mr. Nyanzi has told us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, moderator. I would like to recognize all the protocol here, our keynote speaker, the panelists, and of course the participants. Good morning to everyone. I am Luwama James Tony, and I'm here to represent my boss, who is the Registrar General of the Uganda Registration Services Bureau. URSB is an agency of government that is mandated to register intellectual property, which is the subject, some of the things that we are talking about today. But we also register companies, we register documents, we register businesses, security interest in movable property. For some of you who don't have anything to stake, but you have a phone, it can be used as collateral. We hold the national register for the married. If you are not on that register, you're not married, whether you went to Namirembe or Chibuli. But we also handle corporate and then individual insolvencies. Our role today, this small animal, intellectual property. Some of the missing links that we've observed from URSP, one of the first key issues is just awareness on IP. Prof has indicated to you that if it wasn't for that opportunity to go to Switzerland, which houses the headquarters for the World Intellectual Property Organization, he didn't have any knowledge about intellectual property. Awareness is a key issue. And as URSB, we are doing all it takes to ensure that we make people aware. On a daily, I will be in Kyambogo, there will be a team in Busitema. Before you, when they see you in Kyambogo and Busitema, they say, no, you are focusing on the elite. Then we go to Katwe, because innovators are all over the place. The issue of awareness. And we appreciate, because researchers, they begin doing whatever they are doing. At the end of the day, they want to enter the market. When they enter the market, before you know it, people are infringing. And that's when they get to know that, you didn't protect. Had you protected, probably, things would have been slightly different. So we are doing a lot of awareness to ensure that people can appreciate this. I'm actually very happy that Professor said, listed the different forms of IP. Many people say, whether they want a trademark, they will say, you didn't patent. That's the main thing. And I happen to serve as the manager for patents. It's very popular and, the most abstract. But when I hear Professor, saying geographical indications, traditional knowledge, we really appreciate. Those are some of the small steps that we are making as an institution to ensure that we make people aware. Of course, under awareness, there are also capacity gaps. Somebody, Professor Bazirake, has created. There is what we call an innovation cycle. You create, you protect, then you exploit, then you enforce. So Professor Bazirake has come up with a good creation because of the support that is coming from Kyambogo. What next? Thank you. And every innovator has their story. Professor Bazirake has his, Professor Bio Research has his. And it's very good that we are on that journey. But we have capacity issues. There are very many innovators. Actually, many people ask us, you as a patent examiner, do you receive anything? Do people in Uganda innovate? And I confirm that people actually do. Where we have a challenge is, how do we translate? There's so many projects. Actually, when I go to universities, I say, you want to tell me that the many people that we see in engineering, you want to tell me that there's nothing that can qualify for patent protection, year in, year out? As a university, if we gave ourselves just a target of one patent from every technical course, it is not a far-fetched task. Then, out of those 40 brilliant minds, very vibrant, and you want to tell me there's nothing that qualifies? Surely no. We have the innovators. But where we have a challenge, how do we support these people to be able to effectively protect? There is a capacity gap. Even after protection, do we have structures that can actually see the bread that I saw being, advertised? Probably it was showcased last year. Why is it that it's not available in the small shops in Banda? what are we doing to ensure that the products that these institutions are generating actually go beyond the boundaries? Almost every university has a bakery. At Makerere we had a small thing, and I'm sure Kyambogo has. Every small institution, but that bread is only consumed from within. Beyond that institution, nobody appreciates. But why is it that people cannot appreciate the bread made by professors? Yet we buy all sorts of bread elsewhere. So we miss some things to be able to push some of these good products. I'll give a example of the shande that used to be made from the food science of Makerere. I would move from all over the place to go and buy from there. This is, you know, it's processed using machines. They're doing all that. But you never see it beyond food science. And I think as I speak, probably they no longer even put anything there. Sometimes we want to be able to license some of the technologies. And when we say licensing, then lawyers will say, no, I can't be able to do this. So you send it to the university secretary because they are lawyers, they'll be able to do this. No. IP issues are a little broader. Beyond, probably most of the lawyers can be able to prosecute criminal cases. IP is a little more specialized. It took Prof to travel all the way to Geneva to be able to really do what he's doing. We need to build capacity. So there are so many capacity issues. When an innovation of a university has been infringed, what do we do? Do we request Professor Katunguka to give us the policeman and we go and raid Banda because there's somebody raiding an innovation which was generated from Kyambogo University? What do we need to do to ensure that we can effectively enforce some of the innovation? So you find so many gaps across that chain that I've tried to elaborate. The other issue, how do we harmonize passion with the needs of the community? You find that most of the innovators, a bulk of the innovators that we have, they are innovating out of passion. But is that passion related to the needs of the community at the end of the day? Good enough. Omukenkufu, his passion relates to the needs of the community. So you are researching on anything beyond your passion. Is anybody beyond you interested in that innovation? That's another gap. So you find that every innovator has a passionate story about their innovation. But you are not innovating for yourself. You want somebody to be able to pay something for your product. If it's only your passion, then you are the owner. You better sell to yourself. And you shouldn't even be complaining that nobody is interested, because you are. Because the passion, it's only you with that passion. So that's another area where we have, and I will give a story. When we went to Katwe, we met this gentleman who had made very beautiful designs. And we said, what do we do to ensure that probably you can have more recognition? And you'll be amazed. Actually, when we are dealing with the informal sector, the story is slightly different. The gentleman said, I don't even mind, because I found my design at the gate of one of the big people in the country. So because it's just passion, him seeing his innovation being used anywhere, it was good enough. But we can, and actually, he couldn't even pay attention to what we were saying. For him, he's good at innovating, and we've observed that in the informal sector. Just taking a small thing of their, it's good enough whether you've paid or not. So those are some of the things that we are trying to do. Then the issue of institutional policies, to be able to guide, because not everybody will be able, the students may not be able to really have this. But is there some institutional guide? Because the policy, the institutional one, will also be able to have some structures put in place to be able to support these people. There's so many people who are exhibiting every year. This is the second time. And I'm sure this is something which is going to be continuous. But do we have structures so that when we go through the exhibition, then we can say, please, number one, the person was on stall 1, stall 2, could you please come and we have a discussion? What are you doing? What kind of support? And I'm not saying money. How do we help you to ensure that, you know, this bread has a trademark and things like that? And then probably from there we can have a discussion with the National IP Office, which I represent. Beyond that, even institutions that have policies, it's more vertical. I want to be very frank with this. When people hear that you need a research policy, you need an institution, in an IP policy, they all, within a month, there will be a policy. But say, your policy says there will be somebody to be able to support people like this. And that person is not there. But for them, they keep saying, we are one of the few universities with a policy. So those are some of the gaps that we are trying to address. I want to emphasize that the issue of innovations can come from anywhere. Academia, agriculture, R&D institutions, informal, anywhere. And because of that, we started on a journey of putting up a national intellectual property policy to ensure that the different institutions, the policymakers, ourselves, URI, STI, National Council for Science and Technology, etc., and industry, to foster a comprehensive understanding of community issues and to create effective solutions. The vision of that policy is not so different from the theme of today. The vision of that national IP policy, which happens to have been authored. One of the key consultants was Dr. Kamgasha himself. And that's how he has been very active in this space. And of course, we appreciate his contribution to this space. The theme, the vision of that policy is a Uganda where innovation and creativity stimulate sustainable development. That is the policy. It was concluded in 2019, but it was launched by His Excellency the President in 2020 during the thick of COVID. That shows you how His Excellency is really, really focusing a lot of attention to this STI sector. So we came up with that policy. In that policy, having recognized that it is a multi-sectoral, space, it set up a ministerial task force to be able to bring the different stakeholders together, comprising of ministers, and it is chaired by the Right Honorable Prime Minister. Below that, we have a technical task force where industry, academia, and all the ministries are also represented. So you really see that we have some national documents which are already trying to speak to this, to ensure that we collaborate. We don't work in a silo. On a daily, we work with URI, with Council, with STI, and all these other agencies. Then, we have also supported initiatives to improve the quality of research. You'll be amazed. Somebody wakes up and says, I want to do this. And I'm telling you, tomorrow, they begin organizing equipment to work on that. The issue is, have you tried to address your mind to what other people have done in this space? Just do a basic thing, because most of our innovators are just being driven by passion. So we've undertaken some initiatives to strengthen the research quality using what we call the Technology Innovation Support Centers. Of course, we know most of the academia have a lot of access to many databases, but we want also to interest the academia to pay interest to patent databases. If you are doing any research, please get in touch with us, and we show you a snapshot of what information contained in a database is. It will ease your process. the information in patent databases is more refined compared to what you find in a journal. For this, on any subject, on any, be it agriculture, be it robotics, whatever. So we want to interest you to really pay attention to these patent databases in our journey of improving the quality of research, because you will see exactly what others have been able to do. In Kyambogo here, we already have one Technology Innovation Support Center, and it is our humble request that we also try to put one under the Directorate of Research and Graduate Training for those masters people, for the people who are trying to do the PhDs. It would be good that we have a TISC in that directorate, but it doesn't stop any faculty, any school to have a TISC. It doesn't stop us from installing it there, because these are freely available resources, and I need to emphasize that. These resources are for free. So it's just a matter of showing you a link such that you can be able to access these links. Then we've also tried to simplify the process. We have a lot of awareness material, simplified material. We've tried to simplify the application process. Some of our processes for IP, if you want a trademark, you can be able to just, access our website, go and you are able to submit your application without necessarily coming to our office. So probably in case there are any further questions, probably I would raise that, but in a general sense, that's what I can say for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Luama. You've heard him. I won't dilute the talk. In the interest of time, I've just been flagged. I would like to open the session up to discussions and some questions. I'm allowed to only take 3, so those who have some questions for my panel members, kindly raise your hands. 1, 2, I need a lady. Ladies, I need a lady to, we could start off with the people who are ready.
Thank you, Chair, Dean Faculty of Engineering. Sorry, I'm being informed today. I'm no longer on the seat. I take this opportunity to welcome these great gentlemen who are my old friends for the wonderful talk you have given this morning. Very inspiring. I consume your products, sir, at my home. Mr. Rubwama, we thank you greatly for the good work you are doing for the nation. Dr. Kamgash, this is the man who authored the National Intellectual Property Policy. Can we give him a hand? And I was one with Professor Bazeyo. I was invited at State House for its launch. Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Gendo, my great friend, and the rest, all protocol observed. I'm called Biarugaba Bazirake, and I've been mentioned, but these young people I feel I should mention may not know much. If Chair, you can allow me. I'm a teacher, I'm a lecturer. I teach postgraduates, masters, and PhDs here. But I've been a Dean Faculty of Science 2012, 2016. I moved from the stage. But I think I wish to mention a few things to these young people. That's why I stood up, for inspiration. I was inspired by the other gentleman. My innovation, which has taken me in 72 countries of the world, I've traveled first class, was done at home. You don't need even a lab. I want to narrate to them a small story. Just 3 minutes. I did my PhD in Stellenbosch, South Africa, on enzymatic activities. And so I knew how enzymes change foods and so on, food biotechnology. I've even published in genetic modified organisms. You can search my papers at the Science Hub in American Journal of Science and Molecular Biotechnology. But I want to inspire people how you can start small and grow big. If I can come here. I've presented this in 30 African countries, and I have presented judges of the Supreme Court. I've presented to ministers of science technology in Africa at Kilimanjaro Hotel. To mention a few things, I am the person who presented the keynote address asking for separating the Ministry of Science from Education 2016, and the ministry was formed following my keynote presentation. It's on record. Those who want evidence, it is in National Council documented. But let me go to what concerns you as young people. To reach what I am saying presentation, you need more years, because I've been in education for the last 37 years. I taught Queen Best Kemigiso of Torah, I taught Mohoz Kene Rugaba, Senior 3, and I taught Kidega, Danny Kidega, the former Speaker of East African Legislative Assembly. When they meet me, they salute. So there you need growth. Let me start where you are now. Where you are is that you can do great things even better than me from where you are. You don't need a lab, you don't need a auditorium. Try your idea from wherever you are. That's what I tell my students. I peeled a bunch of matoke at home with my house girl. No, my house helper, sorry. I removed the other one. My household helper. I'm sorry, I withdrew that. My wife heads literature department here. She's an artist lady, and she laughed. What are you doing? I said, leave me alone. I peeled it, I separated one part, put it in a fridge, treated with sodium metabisulfite. Let me talk of a bit of science. Inactivating polyphenol oxidase enzyme, which changes the matoke brown when you peel, or when you bite an apple. Some of you have done that. It turns brown, okay? There is an enzyme called polyphenol oxidase. And to inactivate it, I use the food-grade salt. Let me end there with science. But I put it in the fridge, and then the controller was not in the fridge. The controller grew a mold which was like a goatee. And the treated one looked very bright. I put them in my small car by then. Now I drive a very big car. I'm a businessman. By then I was driving TX, small one. Dr. Kamugasha knew it. I put it in the boot. I drove to Munyonyo, Common Water Resort. When I reached Munyonyo, I found Professor Robahayo, Professor Ojo, head Dean of Faculty, and other renowned professors in Makerere. They were exhibiting curves and graphs, you know. The president came and looked at them like this. Then he looked at mine down there. He said, what young man? I was a young man in 2014, 2004. The president said, what did you do? I said, I peeled this matoke, I inactivated the enzyme, and they can stay longer and be eaten fresh as if they are peeled today after a month. By then I was over a month. The president tapped his presidential assistant and said, no, I had a summary. The president said, what are you solving in the society? I said, I'm solving two things. To transport matoke from Masaka to Kampala, you are bringing 40% of rubbish which is not needed. And we need to leave it there. Two, our ladies, the dean here, what is the other lady here? The dean and this one, they don't peel. They have someone, a helper who peels for them. So I told His Excellency, these ladies are changed into workers because people don't want to touch charcoal and peels. By peeling like this, I'm solving a problem of peeling. These ladies in the evening can pick a product and go and cook. Was not that a good innovation? The product can stay a month. The president said, you guy, what do I give you to help you in your innovation? Were even ready to say anything? I was like this. I said, Your Excellency, maybe a knife to peel the matoke. He said, a knife? Yeah, a machine. I didn't mean this local knife. He said, how much money do you need? Did I know how much? I said, maybe $2,000. He tapped his personal assistant, go and give this younger man the $2,000. And the money was given. People said, you know, blah, blah, blah. I got the money. Since then I started the project. They told me to write a full proposal. I wrote it. Government gave me 1.2 billion shillings to carry the dream from the home. You remember? I bought a vehicle. I employed people. Vehicle for the project, not the driving. You people, I bought a vehicle for taking the product to the airport. So, anyway, in interest of time, let me shorten. So, later on, 2011, I said, I'm withdrawing from presidential support to scientists. 2011, I had other friends whom I not mention names, you know them. So, you are a fool. How can you live government money? They were topping me with 4 million shillings per month. I said, no, I'm withdrawing. I'm going to export. I traveled with Minister of Trade and Industry to Washington, D.C. We presented, went to Belmont, went to Port of Baltimore and started exporting. Started getting our own money. You get it? Run away from government money. 2011. When we did that, 2011, this website, who was talking about the website? Who was talking about ICT? They found me on the web. World African Union, they said, can we help you? I said, yes. They said, here's $3 million want to give you. I said, what? 3 million? Yes. They said, but we cannot give you compete. We competed. I won $2 million. How many billions are those now? $2 million. About 7.6 billion. Yes. Sorry. I was telling a story to inspire, but in the interest of time, since then I have never looked behind. Okay? That money pushed us. I created a consortia. But the most important thing to say is that we are serving a community. That product goes to community. I've been at Uganda House in Washington, D.C., taking all innovations of Ugandans, 2016 and 2018. And apart from being on the banana project, I chair science, technology, innovation, and technopreneurship. We have put a center in Rwebitete and Namamve for you people here to go and get innovations at a national level. And I sit on the National Planning Authority to plan for the country. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, I can't take on any more questions. I've been told I've gotten into the time for the next activity. But I would like to take this opportunity to thank the panel members. And I pray that my audience has been really inspired that we can now take science to commercialization. Thank you very much, and I wish you a fruitful day.
Thank you so much. It's not an easy thing to manage time, so we don't want to waste any more time. We don't want to waste any more time. The things are moving pretty fast. Our guests are already around, so we thank the panelists. We shall clear this table. And I hope the people who are going to do the short talks are here. Where are you? Please be on the ready, because it is easier to stop the process when you are doing the talk, other than this is a very long one. You cannot cut this one short, and that's why I had to be a timekeeper. Please don't move anywhere else. We are arranging for tea right inside here. Our chief guest is already here. And so now I want to, if I don't invite you here, please sit. Don't come to the front. I want to start with short talk presenters now. Unfortunately, the people to assess, I don't see them around here, but I think they are seated within amongst you, the assessors. Anytime soon, the chief guest will be entering here, and then we shall stop the short talk for a while and let that procession take place. And when she's done with the procedure here, we shall resume the short talks and we shall take a working tea. Our lunch is also somewhere on the ready. So the list of short talk, some people are very excited on some of this young generation from the high school. Actually, they should be in senior 2 or senior 3 from Caltech. But I have the number one is Aura Aisha, who is going to talk about SMS automation appliance control. Are you there, Aisha? If you have your presentations, please give them to the, whatever you are going to talk about, to the ICT people, and then you be here. And Nakalema Winnie is the next one. You should be seated somewhere here. Number 3 is Kababito. Are you here? So Nakalema, please come here. When Ahura is done, only 5 minutes. And please, when you see the chief guest arriving, and I see the VC already coming at the front, we will stop that just a little bit. So please load your stuff onto the machines and walk over and begin. You have only 5 minutes to do your discussion. Aura, where are you? If you have any presentation, please give it to the ICT people to load it onto the... So you are not going to tell us any more about your name. Just go straight to your talk, and you have only 5 minutes. I've already said Aura Aisa is talking about SMS automation, appliance control designation, is from the Department of Physics, Faculty of Science. Right, it's a 1/4. Now you end at 20 past. 5 minutes, the clock begins.
Thank you, the moderator. Yeah, protocol observed. Yes, as introduced by the moderator, that it's an SMS controlled device control system. Yeah, SMS automation appliance controlled by him and I from the Department of Physics. Next slide. Yeah, it is a system that uses messages or SMSs to control the on and off switching of most electrical appliances that are connected to it. So this system, as you want to switch on either a bulb or switch off a fridge or a cold, just need your phone at your fingertips, send an SMS, and there it will do the command that you're talking about. Next slide, sir. Yeah, why? This includes the importance of the project. Here we looked at the the Sustainable Development Goals. Majorly it was number 9, which has the industry, innovation, and infrastructure. This is a system that we noticed that wasn't anywhere else. So we came up with it, and it's working. It's down in the tent for demonstrations, but for now, we are introducing it, and it also touches the My Uganda Vision 2040. Thank you. And more of its importance is it is providing market to the telecom companies. How does it do it? We are using SIM cards. SIM cards are provided by telecommunication companies. We could talk of the MTN and the Airtel. As you send the messages, you need to have those lines together to make sure you do the control. So it even provides, it minimizes power consumption. Here we looked at the Faculty of Science down there. Usually when we have no lectures at the weekends, the lights usually keep on 24/7 even during the weekends when we are not there. So this is a system that will help us minimize power consumption in a way that even when you're around, the person who maintains the lights, their on and off states, is able to control the system wherever he or she is. And therefore, We shall minimize power consumption by making sure we use it appropriately. We go ahead, and the system also provides job opportunities for the installers. There's a system that needs some technicalities if you're to install it anywhere. And I beg to stop here and hand over to my colleague for the next slides. Thank you.
Thank you all for coming. As introduced earlier, this is the project that will enable you to control appliances using just the SMS. It does not require a special app. The SMS app that you use to send messages within from you to your friend, and it can also be used by the small phones, the Mapesa phone. So it is convenient, no data required, apart from some bit of subscription for SMSs, which is also very low and cost effective. So going on to the advantages over the existing technologies, it is cost effective, that is cheap, covers all areas. That is, when you are at one place, for example, when you are in Gulu and you have your home in Kampala, you can switch on all of the lighting systems, either the security lights, the bedroom light, depending on your wish. Also, it's very secure in that nobody else can send a message on your phone unless you have authorized them to do so. In case they do send an SMS, it will alert you and tell you that someone is trying to switch on an appliance without your notice. Then it avoids abrupt cancellation of programs. That is, if you have an immediate program, let's say very early in the morning, and it's still a bit dark, the security lights should be left on for security purposes, so you can just leave them on, go to that busy schedule. After reaching there, then you can get time to go to your phone and then switch them off at your convenience. And then it opens up the technology. As you all know, we are all aiming towards the Uganda 2040 vision, which is in improving our existing technology, improving the health systems, improving the agriculture systems, and then this system can be used in all appliances that fall under agriculture, that fall under our health, because it can act as, it can give the feedback to a hospital just in case you have a problem in your home. That is an advancement that we are going to add onto it. And then finally, we are all moving towards the Uganda Vision 2040. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you for the science.
Thank you so much. I'm sure you are, is it not 5 minutes already? Oh, perfect. Thank you very much. Please don't go beyond the time. Kababito? No. Nakalema, sorry. And Kabito, where are you? Here, come and sit here. You don't have time to keep walking all that far. So come and sit here and wait. And then after that, we have somebody from Caltech.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I would like to take this opportunity to present to you or inform you about the leading cause of illnesses and deaths in our country and worldwide. Well, that is the non-communicable diseases. A report, or according to World Health Organization, non-communicable diseases are responsible for 77% of the death cases worldwide and 33% of the death cases in our country, Uganda. Well, I know wherever you're seated, the question you're asking yourself, what are non-communicable diseases? Well, briefly, non-communicable diseases are diseases that can't be transmitted from one person to another. They come as a result of our dietary or our lifestyle choices. What you may take as simple smoking could actually result to long-term health consequences. There's a basket full of these non-communicable diseases, but I could basically start from the common ones, or the ones everyone knows. We have diabetes, we have hypertension, we have the cancers, we have the mental health disorders. So think that brief introduction now gives a picture of whatever I'm going to talk about. So as the department, we decided to join the the Ministry of Health in sensitization about these non-communicable diseases. And we believe charity starts from home. So our innovation as the department, we decided to do a survey to get data. Basically, a survey is entitled dietary eating habits or patterns. We are relating them to the nutrition status of our students in the university, because we have a lot of interventions would like to present on how we can reduce that prevalence of non-communicable diseases. But as you all know, everything in science has to be evidence-based. That is why we decided to first do this survey. You can pass by our tent, School of Vocational Studies, and participate in this survey. But before I conclude, I would like to inform you that a letter by the Ministry of Health to all stakeholders in the health sector dated 13th January. In this letter, it states that about 80% of the individuals in the country or Uganda don't know their status when it comes to the non-communicable diseases. Before we go on ahead and blame the health sector, the insufficient resources in our country, what have you done? What have you eaten today? Have you exercised enough today? How much alcohol are you consuming? How many cigarettes are you smoking? So I believe before we go ahead and point fingers that this ministry is not doing enough, so and so is not doing enough, first point a finger to yourself and inquire, are you doing enough? Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you so much, Kabito, and then Sylvia given James from Caltech. Kabito is on the title Organic Waste Disposal, is from the Faculty of Engineering as well, Department of Mechanical and Production Engineering.
Well, thank you so much. My name is already introduced. I'm here to talk about the proper disposal of organic waste. I believe all of us here that are sitting here today, at one point you've generated organic waste. But let me demystify what is organic waste. This is any kind of rotting material. We know that as you eat your food, you have that leftover food. You don't want to keep it in your house. You always keep it away from your souls. You know why? This is because at one point when it is rotting, it generates an odor, it generates a smell. But what have we done in our homes? What have we done in our institutions? What have we done in our markets, our agricultural markets like Nakasero market? We've generated this waste, we've dumped it in open dump sites, but at any point when KCCA happens to collect this waste, dumps this waste at the Chitezi landfill. But you realize that this is a landfill that has served for so long and has actually reached its design period, so meaning it is not supposed to be serving at this particular moment. But we are still using this landfill to dump this kind of waste. I believe if any of you has visited this landfill or this Chitezi area, you find that there is a lot of smell. Actually, when you're approaching the area, you find that there is a lot of smell the entire area. Are our people safe that are living in this environment? Do we know the kind of diseases that are most likely to be suffered by these people that are living in these areas? But now here is the solution. As environmental engineers from Kyambogo University, we are developing a reactor, or I would term it as a container, with the suitable conditions, with suitable components that are providing a suitable environment of where the tiny living organisms, what we call the microorganisms, anaerobic microorganisms, that actually survive without oxygen, they utilize this kind of organic waste that we keep dumping in open dump sites. They break it down in a way that at the end of the day, they emit two products, major products. And one of them is the methane gas. And the other product is the biosalary. The methane gas, we can use this one for cooking purposes. I know many of us, we prepare our meals either using charcoal or using firewood. But where does this come from? From the forests that are helping us to form rainfall. But rather we are cutting them down and to get energy for cooking purposes. How far or how best could we, if we utilized this kind of technology, the anaerobic digestion process, and with that kind of the reactor that we are coming up with, to utilize or to put to use this kind of organic waste that we are generating and save our people from the kind of the odors that they are experiencing, the kind of pollution, the kind of pollution that we are experiencing even in our environment. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next person is Sylvia. Where are you? Where is Sylvia? Okay, she's not there. Where is Kamugisha? Kamwesije? Kamwesiga is not there, so we go to Kato. Peter? Kato, are you the one? Hey, is that Kato or is just showing us his size? He's demonstrating something also that I'm also aware. So where is the next short talker? The next one, yes, please come over. Just come over here because it seems my list is missing people who are around here. So walk over, I find your name here, I take you and we continue. I will start with that guy at the back. You guys sit somewhere here. Don't go far away. Please, what's the name?
A very warm good afternoon to you all. Thank you for coming for the STEAM Festival. My name is Butele Anthony, and I'm from the Faculty of Vocational Studies, PESFI, the Department of Hotel and Institutional Catering. Well, I got so excited about the STEAM Festival because one of the best methods that we use in the kitchen for cooking is called steaming. So when I saw this, I was like, this is the time we are going to start steaming food here as people are seeing it physically. But to my surprise, I enter the conference room and I see people. I'm like, now whom am I going to steam? But anyway, don't fear, we are not going to steam you. Well, I'm here to present to you about some of the new innovations that we are adding in to our department to make each and everything we make colorful. Many of you know that east, west, north, and south, wherever you go, some of you say that home is the best. But to me, as a hotel student, let me tell you, food is the best. Whether you go where or where, food is the best. And that is what we major in. We major in providing you with the best food that leaves you with an hour on your lips as you leave the hotel and you're going back home. What are the new things that we are involving in our hotel department as we are going on further in a new developing world? We have discovered that most of the people love pleasure and leisure, but they don't think about their health whenever they go to eat outside.
Can you stop there now because our chief guest is here? We will continue with you soon after that. So please, can we clear the way? If you are standing by the way, just walk inside. Clear the way so that the VC together with the guests have a highway. So please, you can go and sit back so that they can easily walk through here. I think you people who are seated here, you may extend a little bit here so that they have a high walkway here largely. The performance art, please walk in and be on the ready to wait to sing our anthems. Right at the extreme end over there, the leader should take you to the actual point where you should be positioned for the day. Walking with life alone. You are walking like people who last ate food 3 weeks ago. Right, so be on the ready, organize yourself. I hope you don't, you are seated and blocking the guests. So maybe you change, leader, maybe you change and turn your backs the other side. You are turning your backs onto the guests. You can extend where the cameraman is so that the guest is not blocked. So when the chief guest is here, we have largely no speeches from many of us. We shall invite one of us to welcome the VC, who will then welcome the chairperson governing council, to welcome the chief guest, and the marathon runs on. Right, so be on the ready. If you need a mic, we shall give you, certainly you'll need, we'll give you the mic. And sing like people who took tea. For us, we haven't taken tea, but we have some energy. We are biologically okay. We have some energy around us, so we are not threatened. When you have the head of biology around, if you're having issues, just talk to the head of biological sciences so that things work out very well. Relax. The chief guest is entering soon. And I hope these members took tea so that you don't collapse while singing. Did you take some tea? Oh, my food. There's enough tea. How I wish you guys even went to the kitchen earlier. So that you don't take tea from somewhere. You take from inside. After here, you should just go straight to the kitchen. Take tea until tea begins to take you. We don't mind. You'll have done the energy, will have disappeared. So sing properly. Okay, she's just moving around the tent, and anytime we had wanted to reserve this point so that I walk in, they don't have, doesn't kick, Thank you. Our guests are reaching anytime in this room. We will all stand to welcome and keep standing until the anthems are said. Thank you very much. So it's now time for us to rise on our feet. The anthems. Thank you. Remain standing as we say a short prayer.
Let us humble ourselves for prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for today. We thank you for our guest of honor and all the dignitaries here before us. We thank you so much for the organizers of STEAM. Please team us with more ideas such that we can come up with more innovations. We thank you so much for the opportunity to serve into Kyambogo University. We pray for everybody who is still coming that you guide them and you protect them as they come.
and also protect us as we leave this place. In Jesus' name I've prayed.
Amen. Thank you so much. You may take our seats. And the performing arts, you may walk out in a STEAM way. Steam yourself as you walk out. Our chief guest. That's how they walk out. Our chief guests, they have a song that they always play for STEAM. Our chief guest, the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, the Office of the President, the Vice Chancellor, and members of the top management present, our Dean, and the overall chairperson of STEAM second edition. I want to take this opportunity, our chief guest, to take us through a short part of the program for this afternoon. We will invite one of us here to give us a welcoming remark. We will also invite the Vice Chancellor to give us a remark, and then we will proceed from there. Without wasting any more time, may I take this opportunity to invite Professor Bosco Bua to give us an opening remark. Prof.
Our chief guest, the Vice Chancellor, the Dean of the Faculty of Science, and all other deans, all the invited guests, good afternoon. My task is a very simple one. I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to this STEAM Festival second edition. As you are aware, Kyambogo University last year took an initiative in the form of what we are calling STEAM Festival to make sure that we showcase what we do as a university. I think last year it went on very well, and due to public demand, we decided to make it an annual event. This year, we started with a conference on Tuesday, whose theme was the contribution of science and humanities for economic development, where we had a number of presentations from our staff and students who was supported with money which we got from government through what we call competitive grant scheme. It was a way of disseminating what we have been going through. The festival itself started yesterday with a number of presentations in the form of keynotes and other talks. As you are coming, I'm sure you saw a number of stalls. There are a number of exhibitions which is outside there. It is continuing. And then I think we shall be closing tomorrow. You may have seen that this time we have a number of people who have joined us, and I'm sure that is our contribution as Kyambogo University. Much as we may be saying we are young, I think what we have outside there is a testament that we are not young. At least we have something to show the world outside there. And I'm sure it is also one way of giving back. Being a public institution, I think the government of Uganda is supporting us and is encouraging us to make sure that we go into innovation so that we solve a societal problem. It is not a speech day for me. My task was to welcome all of you, which I say on behalf of Kyambogo University. I welcome all of you. Karibu sana. And my simple task now is to invite the Vice Chancellor to make his remarks and then take us through. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Boa. Honorable Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, representing the Honorable Minister of Education and Sports. I recognize the chairperson of council. She's supposed to be here, but I think she's delayed. She's on her way. Members of University Council, members of top management, Senate, staff members, and the students, participants in this STEAM Festival. I want to thank you, Honorable Minister, once again for finding time to honor our invitation. This is about the second or third time you are visiting Kyambogo University. That's a clear testimony that you are interested in what is coming out of this university. This is the second time we are holding this STEAM Festival, and as a way of encouraging members of staff to go into research and be able to disseminate their research findings, we have proposed that this should be an annual event. And I want to thank my colleagues in top management who have supported that, so that annually we come here and present to the university community and our stakeholders and our partners about the innovations that are coming out of the university. The whole purpose of STEAM was to demystify science, technology, and innovation. When we talk about science, many people get scared. They think it's this big animal which is not affordable, you can't understand it. And when we have this STEM festival, we are trying to make science as simple as possible for everybody to understand. And in this, I want to thank the schools that have come on board around here, that have come on to participate in this festival, and also learn from what is taking place. I was particularly intrigued yesterday by students from Caltech Academy. These are very young girls and boys. They are demonstrating science in simple terms. How to make electricity, how to use solar, and that is the way to go if we are to demystify science for our students to be able to understand. Honorable Minister has already communicated this festival started a few days ago. And the first event we had was dissemination of research findings. Honorable Minister, Council took a deliberate decision provide research funds through a competitive scheme, the tune of about 1.5 billion per year. And last year, government added 1 billion to all public universities to enhance their research capacity. In doing this, we realized we needed to build the capacity of our staff to write good proposals and be able to compete on the global scene for research funds. Because there is money out there, but you must compete for it. There is nobody who will call you and say, come, money is here. It must be secured through competition. So the previous 2 days, one day was devoted to dissemination of research findings. What have they found? And how relevant is it for our economic development? In the previous weeks, we also had a seminar here about enhancing academia, industry, and government linkages. This is something Honorable Minister has been talking about. How can we enhance those linkages between the industry, the academia, and government? Then this takes me back to intellectual property. How do we manage intellectual properties coming out of these universities? How do we commercialize these innovations? Because we talk about commercialization and we do not make clear steps. We are pleased to have the executive director of URI, Uganda Industrial Research Institute, who came and talked to us. And I'm also glad to note the deputy executive director who is here with us. That shows you the strong partnership we have with URI in promoting science and innovations. We also had a seminar, an international seminar, on translating research into policy. Honorable Minister, when you go out there, they tell you there is so much research in universities, but it's sitting on the shelves. And can this research be translated into policy? Was it initially designed to address policy issues? These are the matters we're handling together with our partners in Sweden, and it was very well attended. In the interest of time, Honorable Minister, I want to thank all people who have participated in this festival. Members of staff from Kyambogo, students through their guild representatives, our partners, the schools, the Faculty of Science, which was spearheading this planning, headed by the Dean of Science, together with some very active people like Savannah and the Dean of Engineering. So I want to thank you for this. And this is the way to go. We must be active and show people out there our relevance and what we can contribute to the social development of our country. I want to appreciate the chairperson of council. She will join us at some point. I want to appreciate her for the support that she has given us. Honorable Minister, as a higher education institution, we have challenges. I will not go into those challenges. I'm sure you have heard some of them. One of them being running unaccredited programs, which has made a lot of news. But the good news is that once a program has been accredited, it remains valid. I don't know why the news people have refused to accept that. For them, that does not make news. What makes news is that there is trouble in the higher education sector, which is not there. And we've been invited to Parliament to make some clarification. So, with that, Honorable Minister, allow me to invite you to speak to us on a subject which you have at your heart, the passion about science, technology, and innovation. And in that, I want to thank you for what you are doing to make sure that these innovations are translated into commercial products, and that we make most of these machines here and not only exporting them, but the work you are doing to promote science, technology, and innovation in this country. Through you, want to thank the President for identifying science, technology, and innovation as the main driver for socio-economic transformation. Honorable Minister, there is no country that has developed without focusing and investing in science, technology, and innovation. A lot of money. So we want to thank you and thank the President for taking us in the right direction. With that, I want to invite you to speak to your people and also to officially open this year's STEAM Festival. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Professor, Vice Chancellor, the Dean, the staff. I think the Chair Council is not yet here. In absentia, I acknowledge your presence, the students, the scientific community, including those from the STI family. Dr. Kamgisha is from my family, the STI family. I'm indeed grateful. I'm here as a messenger. And but I wish that you are to first speak as myself, since I've had the opportunity to, so that I make my few remarks before I read Mama's speech, which she has sent me to deliver. Mr. Vice Chancellor, I want to thank you for this initiative. For me, everything that is promoting science, it's at my heart. It's at the core of what this segment of my life is about. Not only as a minister, but as a person, as an individual, and as a leader in the country. So thank you for organizing this festival. Actually, I've been here. The last time I was here, you were not here. I was here with a team again on an exhibition on the Women's Day something. Yes, I was here to officiate. So I have been in Kyambogo so frequently, I might put it as an indicator for my performance. Because I'm always here sharing, and for me, universities are part of the beginnings of science in a country. Now, I like the innovativeness of you calling this STEAM. And it aligns very well with the way we have functionalized the definitions for science, technology, and innovation. For us, science is knowledge. Now, when you over-academicize it and put it so high, and give it a very sophisticated definition, then most people don't find its application. But any body of knowledge which has been collected and systematically and verified is science, irrespective of the subject. So that is science, and it is that whoever knows a lot of that knowledge and is able to integrate it is a scientist. Now, when we take that knowledge and use it to develop tools, any kind of tool, then we call that technology. Let's say somebody undertakes studies about how societies relate and how societies absorb change. That is the scientific knowledge. When they package it into a tool, which then we can use for socioeconomic transformation, that's a technology. Now, when we apply it and actually achieve better results than before, that's innovation. And these definitions have helped us to accelerate the way we work at science, technology, and innovation. Instead of always going to Webster there is STI definitions of science, so that these definitions can move right from down to the person in the community, because we are talking about demystifying. And this also means that my grandmother, who has a special knowledge about a combination of herbs that give a certain reaction, she's a scientist. So we call those indigenous scientists. That's the new terminology, Mr. Vice Chancellor. They are not herbalists, they are indigenous scientists. I thought we would clap. And we are going to formally put this package in a paper which is going to be taken to cabinet, so that we are officially, we have officially institutionalized them. Because when science becomes so Western, that means you are dismissing all the centuries of thinking and innovation that Africans did before we got the Western form of education. But actually, sometimes I think they were more advanced than us, because they were able to see a red rock there, and they said, I think there is iron in here. I don't know even how they understood that. They were able to convert their knowledge into tools, because they were able to make smelters that separated the iron, and they were able to make tools. And they used those tools to solve their problems. So they had science, technology, and innovation. And for me, that acknowledgement liberates and demystifies, especially for the young people. When you go into your environment, you can apply science. You don't always need a microscope or a centrifuge or a very high-level chromatographer. You know, you can start science in your backyard. And that is why, because we don't think about science that way, we learn things in class, or when there are worms in the soil, the eggs of the worms in the soil. But then the same people go home, and when they chop cassava, they spread it in the soil, in the ground. The same educated people, because they are not able to relate what you learned in school to your day-to-day life. And so we have educated people who are worm infested. So can we take the science to be a day-to-day living? I want to just briefly share what we are doing at STI. Now, I've been sharing the progress of the knowledge and the demystification. For this phase of the National Development Plan 3, we are focusing on taking innovations to the market. We realized when we started this journey 2 years ago, because that's when the Secretariat was formed, we realized that there was opaqueness about this journey. Because I toured universities. I came here, Vice Chancellor, I remember I spent a day. I went to almost all universities except Kabale, where I have not yet been. And in Mbarara, I was there part, not fully. I have yet to go for their full day of tour. But we discovered that they have a lot of prototypes in universities. Even here when I came, so many prototypes, student level prototypes, professor level prototypes, and so the passion to utilize science to solve problems is there. I went to URI, they have a lot of equipment, really a lot of capacity there. And then all through the knowledge, we have the science, we even have the technology, because prototypes demonstrate that we have been able to convert the knowledge into something which works. However, innovation is still incomplete because they are not being utilized anywhere. When I cross from here and go to the supermarket, I only see imported products. The ones I see here we have been able to make from cassava, from pumpkin, from sweet potato, they are not on the shelves. So we committed ourselves first to understanding why. Why? And today, because I'm here very briefly, I will not go through that, but we have, what I could say, we have cracked the code of the key question you are asking. Why aren't we commercializing? We have now cracked the code. I was so confident that I wrote a 53-page report for the president. He wrote it, and he wrote back. He said, I have read your whole document. And in his response, he directed me to have the vice chancellors of all universities discuss this issue and comment on how we must restructure to make sure that we implement. We call it the journey. So at an appropriate time, Vice Chancellor, I'm going to call you and a few of your staff together with your fellow Vice Chancellors. We want to sit down and we walk through, and then we see, because most of the things in the journey are related to what we are not doing. We are doing a lot, but there is a certain piece, that particular leg, which enables you to move from prototype to the market. We are missing quite a lot. That's why we are not able to take our products to the market. So I'm going to convene a convention with all the vice chancellors of universities, together with your deans of science, and we will sit, because we need about a retreat of about 2 days, 2 to 3 days, for us to walk through to a point where now this can be operationalized by the institutions. That document was so important, actually, the president read it, 53 pages. He read all of it and he responded. And so I await my letter. So the purpose of science, technology, and innovation is really to help a country address its problems of poverty and underdevelopment. And we are aligning science to that. We are science to address the problems. And we believe we have the potential. And with this thinking and analysis, we may not have opened the door very widely, but we have unlocked it. And with all of us coming in, I expect to see a very clear pipeline of what is coming in, even from those children you're talking about from secondary school, and they are able to see the needs in the market. And we are already creating the linkage between the industry and the universities, so that universities are doing science for the market, for industry. So we are already building that, and next financial year, that is one of our biggest commitments that we want, because we are walking the journey to take products coming out of the science, coming out of universities to the market. That's how you grow. You use science to grow wealth. If science is just practiced as an elitist subject for a few who know, as the scientists, are you there? But actually you will notice, maybe we should also invite the Dean of Arts. You will notice that there is a journey where at the beginning in phase 1, we have a very big dose of science, but it reduces as we go. And when we begin, we have a low dose of art, and as we go, they take over. Scientists don't know how to sell. They don't know how to communicate. Without them interacting with the people who are doing art, then science is dead. It will not reach the market. It stays, and that's part of one of the big problems, that there is no handshake between the scientists and the artists, because they form a team which then delivers the products of science, technology, and innovation to the market for socio-economic transformation. It's not my day to speak, but I thought I would give you a little bit of that. That's how we are demystifying it. I launched the first field lab this past Saturday, and I'm hoping to have a lot of field level laboratories which are innovating to solve problems right at the community level. And what is interesting is most of the young men running that field lab stopped in senior 1, senior 2. But we've been able to convert them into people who think, who innovate, and actually generate solutions for community problems. And this is one of the big things we are trying to do. Apart from this handshake between the university and industry, how can we have a handshake between the university and the Jua Kali, the informal sector? That's also something we are very, very active. And on 23rd, we made our presentation of the progress we've made with the manifesto. It was broadcast live, and there is a link on YouTube. But we'll also be circulating the presentation that was made. I was very pleased. We have made a lot of progress. I think we are one of the most progressed units in implementing the manifesto. And we were able to measure how far we are. And one of those for linking, creating those linkages, as of the date of preparation, we're at 94% of where we should be. And we hope by end of financial year we'll be at 100%. So we are making very good progress. Now allow me, you're welcome. So allow me to step down as me and to present Mama's speech. She sends her greetings and regards. She so much wished to be here, but she's unable to. And knowing that I need this opportunity also to speak about science, she requested me to come. But now I'm going to read her presentation, her speech, verbatim. Honorable members of Parliament present, heads of institutions present, the chairperson and members of council, Kyambogo University, the vice chancellor and members of staff of Kyambogo University, distinguished guests, students, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to join you at this second edition of STEAM Festival of Kyambogo University. I welcome you all to Kyambogo University today as we celebrate science, technology, and innovation, which is the heartbeat of Uganda's development agenda. I bring you warm greetings from the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. His vision for government is to promote science, technology, and innovation as drivers for socio-economic transformation of Uganda. I must thank and congratulate Kyambogo University under the wise leadership of three notable leaders: Professor John Okedi, the Chancellor, Dr. Maria Goret Nakabogo, the Chairperson, Council, and Professor Eli Katunguka Rachishaya, the Vice Chancellor, for your commitment to the growth of this university and hard work that has climaxed into this historic event. I applaud you for coming up with an initiative that provides a platform for knowledge sharing and dissemination of research, innovations, and interventions that are carried out within the university. As you all know, science, technology, and engineering cannot work in isolation if we are to achieve development agenda. Therefore, government recognizes the synergies between science and other fields of arts, humanities, and vocational skills in promoting socio-economic transformation of Uganda. I am also thrilled that Kyambogo University promotes equitable education by providing needs education. Your contribution towards these and other fields such as agriculture and education are highly appreciated. I am glad to hear that Kyambogo University supports proactive activities aimed at making a fundamental contribution to the well-being of all Ugandans by developing and strengthening partnerships with industry. I came to learn of your most recently organized public lecture on strengthening academia, industry, and government linkages. These synergies between academia, industry, and government play a critical role in promoting innovation and technology transfer, as well as ensuring that graduates have the skills and knowledge required for effective contribution to the course. This year's theme of the second edition of Kyambogo University STEAM Festival, Demystifying Science, Technology, and Innovation for Community Development, fits well into Uganda's current priority of the parish development model. I call upon universities to come to use their research and innovation to provide sustainable solutions to come forward to use their research and innovations to provide sustainable solutions to challenges affecting millions of our people who are underprivileged, and to contribute to the success of the parish development model. I would like to pledge government support and commitment to the efforts proposed in the festival's sub-themes, which are strategizing for equitable and innovative education. 2, initiating sustainable dialogues between research policy and industry for evidence-based decision-making. And 3, protecting the environment for a secure future for all. These sub-themes rhyme with government's current strategies of reforming delivery of education in Uganda as we implement the new lower and upper secondary school curriculum. 2, promoting evidence-based policy development. And 3, promoting government's efforts in restoration of our environment. Of restoration of our environment in the face of extreme weather systems evidenced by increasing floods and global warming. I therefore call upon the young generation to embrace science and technology as a means of finding practical, homegrown solutions to the challenge facing our nation today. I believe that this festival will demystify some of these practical initiatives and innovations to the public in simple English. And the Vice Chancellor, just me adding, we translate them even in our local languages. And through exhibitions by the small and medium enterprises and secondary schools, as I have observed in the various exhibition halls. Once again, I want to appreciate the University Council, chaired by Dr. Mary Goret Nakabugo, and top management headed by Professor Katunguka, for stabilizing the university in spite of several challenges which are not only affecting Kyambogo University, but also other public universities as well. These are largely due to current economic hardships which are affecting the entire world, largely because of the COVID-19 effects. I appreciate the efforts of all university staff for your selfless efforts in producing the new crop of skilled personnel for our great nation. I am also grateful to the student community for showing absolute cooperation with management and staff while fulfilling your mandate of learning in a harmonious environment. Okay. We are cognizant of your challenges, but government is committed to working with the university management to finding lasting solutions to some of these challenges. Lastly, I appeal to all Ugandans to support government efforts and initiatives of promoting science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. I look forward to a better Uganda as universities come out to implement community-based academic training that will go a long way to creating lasting solutions for our local problems. I now take the honor and privilege to declare the second edition of Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts, and Mathematics Festival of Kyambogo University officially open. May God bless you all for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister of Science, Technology, and Innovation in the Office of the President. Honorable Minister, we know you as a veterinarian, and in your midst is another veterinarian, and on the extreme side is a food scientist. That table is so full of scientists. Sitting next to him is another scientist who is so specialized in special needs education. The next person, I'm not going to introduce her. I'm too small to do that. But Honorable Minister, allow me to say that in our midst, we have the Dean of the Faculty of Arts and Humanities, Professor Chazike, the one who said the STEAM prayer. So we are really covered in that line, as you requested us, to ensure that there is art and humanities within the science. Allow me at this opportunity, Honorable Minister, to kindly, with all my humility and with the powers vested in me, to invite our overall boss, the chairperson of council, to greet you, to welcome you to our home, and to move a vote of thanks. Thank you, Dr. Mary.
Thank you. I thought I was going to go there. Honorable Dr. Monica Musenero Mazansa, the Minister for Science, Technology and Innovation, representing our dear Honorable Mama Janet Kataham Seven, the Minister for our Mother Ministry of Education and Sports. Members of Council here today, maybe they are seated far. Dear Vice Chancellor, the Acting Deputy Vice Chancellor for Finance and Administration, and other members of management here, top management, the deans, especially the Dean, Dr. Professor, Associate Professor Edrisa Mugampoza, and Elizabeth, Dr. Elizabeth Chazike, Associate Professor also, who are behind this event. Honorable Minister, thank you very, very much. I mean, this is the second time in a space of about less than 2 months, actually, that I come here to welcome you. You've always graced our events. Recently, she was here to celebrate with us the International Women's Day. And listening to her is always very, very refreshing. Thank you, and thanks for loving us as Kyambogo University. Thanks to the Vice Chancellor. I mean, we wouldn't have such events which are so relevant, not only to national development, but actually, like the event here today, it's so central to our strategic plan. If you look at our strategic pillar or strategic focus, number 2, actually, on research and innovation, then number 5 on community engagement and taking the university to the public. It's really at the core of what we do. And normally, these things do not happen by accident or by chance. You need a supportive leadership to make these things flourish. So we thank you very much, Vice Chancellor. The last couple of weeks have not been a cup of tea for him. Me, I don't live here. I only come here just occasionally. But the man is very able. He's hardcore. Hardcore, but he's also gentle in the way he does things. Recently, you know what we were experiencing, the student strike. And he always prioritizes dialogue. You know what is going on with this thing of National Council for Higher Education. And I'm sure, he has talked about it, and I'm sure the minister has talked about it. I also want to pronounce myself that there is no course of Kyambogo University that is expired. None. None. And there is no academic qualification of a Kyambogo University graduate, in fact, of a graduate of a university that has been accredited by the National Council of Higher Education. There is no qualification that is invalid. So I wanted to pronounce myself. So, so of course, there are always those, we can't deliver 100%, but I want to say that, again, he's behind that, and I think you saw the press release that he put across, which is very clear and clarifies the matter. So, Vice Chancellor, thank you very much, and wish you the best as you handle. The dust will also settle. Now back to the event, Honorable Minister, I thank you for the speech that you delivered on behalf of Mama, but also on your own behalf. And I want to highlight 3 things before I hand back the mic to the MC. Number one, you talked about the journey that as a country we are walking, especially the journey that your ministry is championing. The journey from prototype to commercialization. When we talk about science and technology, I think unless that journey is walked, we can't say that we have succeeded. We can't. And when she talked about prototype, myself, I think the MC didn't know that a teacher, chalk, blackboard teacher. So even in education, we have that journey. As teachers, we are encouraged to innovate. And the first step is normally the prototype, really. No matter how nice your prototype is, as long as it cannot be scaled up, you have not done much. You haven't. The same applies to science and technology. So we are behind you on this, and very glad to hear that very soon you will invite our Vice Chancellor and other Vice Chancellors to put, and the deans, of course, to put your heads together to ensure that we walk that journey. Otherwise, we shall just talk and nothing will happen. The second thing that I captured from your very informative speech is the issue, your acknowledgement that science is dead if there is no arts and humanities. It is true. Yes, much as a country, we are ready. It's top of the agenda to prioritize science and technology, because it's true, actually, that there's no country that has grown economically if they didn't prioritize science and technology. Talk about Singapore, talk about Japan, talk about China, the US. Science and technology is at the forefront. But they also grew the humanities and arts in parallel and in hand. Last evening as I was heading back home between 8 and 9 p.m., I was listening to the CBS talk show. It's called, what is it called? Londo Lensonga. I don't know how many of you actually listen to it, because the man who moderates it, Dr. Kazmi, last night he was not the one moderating it. But they brought speakers from UNOC, the Ugandan National Oil Company, and the young lady who was speaking about oil refinery. She's in fact a graduate of Kyambogo University, as she was being introduced. Someone called Nagawa, she did her master's in a UK university, but her undergraduate is from this university, Faculty of Engineering. Very eloquent. I mean, she was using these very powerful science terminologies, which I can't dare repeat. But at one point she said, so somebody called and asked, so you guys are just talking, what have you done? You talk oil refinery and we are not seeing anything. And then she started explaining that for the first few years, they're first starting with putting systems in place. And she said, I'm here talking about science, but a lot of what we have done has actually been done by other disciplines. She talked about policy development. She talked about, putting policies that will help in terms of conflict resolution. You know, whenever there is oil, countries which have had oil, they call it a curse, isn't it? So she said, how do we overcome that curse? It's by bringing together these disciplines, the arts, the humanities, and sciences. Science alone can actually not overcome the oil curse. So as I was preparing to speak today, I said, wow, this is so relevant to this event. So I'm glad that as a nation, we also acknowledge that science is dead without humanities and arts. Lastly is the point that you made actually from Mama's speech about the relevance of what to do to the national strategies. I think as universities, we cannot claim to be relevant if we don't move hand in hand with the priorities of government. We would be just joking around, because as universities, as single institutions, we cannot scale up anything without the support of government. So I was very happy to hear that already you have seen relevance of what we are doing in this festival to the parish development model. You know, sometimes when people hear about this parish development model, they think, no, that is for parish chiefs. Because it's at parish level. But the thing is for us. And as universities, we must be found to be relevant to the people that we are supposed to serve. And I'm very happy, and I thank you, Dr. Mogampoza, for this leadership, of course with the support of the Vice Chancellor and management, to ensure that the science that is taught in the classroom does not remain in the classroom. It does not remain in those papers that Professor Bua is telling people to publish. It has to have relevance to this nation. If you just publish, then to hell with you. So I'm glad to see those links, and thank you very much for really, really clarifying those, and thanks for coming. Lastly, I understand that there are some secondary school students who are here. They are here. Kindly stand up for recognition. The secondary school students. Caltech Academy. Wow. All the way from Makerere. Okay, welcome. You know, whenever we are seated here as matures, those are the future. So who is going to take forward all these things that we are talking about? It's them. So thank you very much for inviting them and for encouraging them to listen, but also actively participate in national development. I also understand that our former students were invited from different faculties. The previous students kindly stand up. The alumni. I believe many, even some of the lecturers here are former students. But it's also very nice to create these links. The alumni, the secondary, and maybe, SMEs. Probably we should also invite in future. For the women, International Women's Day, we had primary school children also. Let's also go down to the primary schools, but that is the foundation. So you can see it's the whole chain. It's a pipeline that we are developing here. And I think with those few words, I would like to wish the minister a safe journey. Oh, I hope you are here for some time. So let me wish you a safe journey. And thank you once again for sparing these minutes to be with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. As the minister prepares to take the safe journey back, I just wish to let her know that here we borrow so much from what we see amongst the NRM leadership, delegation of powers. The other day we watched the president talk to the vice president, just so close together, and we said, that is delegation. And we are hoping and praying that as our chairperson wishes you a safe journey back, she will be able to inspect all the other stalls for and on your behalf, for and on behalf all those who could have come. The performing arts wanted to sing for you a song as you exit. I wonder where they are. So where are you to sing for the minister a little song that could be the STEAM song, just as she exits? But we want to thank you so very much for sparing time to come, and always come again. As they delay to come, I think we are time conscious. We will request that our chairperson, the VC, and the Deputy Vice Chancellor kindly takes you through, and we shall join you later on to inspect the stalls. We thank you so very much for your passion in sciences, in technology, and for always coming, even at the shortest notice. May you go well and may you reach safely, and say hi to our Mzee Wakazi. Oh yes, now it is time for us to have a little break for lunch. We shall combine lunch and tea, so we can then come back here to continue with our proceedings. Please, lunch is served right where we had it. I hope the people in charge, you are somewhere with your coupons, and after lunch, please walk back here. The short talk fellows should be more than ready to take us through. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Steam, 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 steam. It's Kyambogo's festival. Steam, 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 steam. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Binu. Kyambogo from 24th to 26th of May. This only if you must. Ha 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 ha. Steam, 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 steam. It's Kyambogo's festival. Steam, 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 steam. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Kyambogo from 24th to 26th of May. This only if you must. Ha 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 ha. Steam, 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 steam. It's Kyambogo's festival. Steam, 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 steam. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Kyambogo from 24th to 26th of May. This only if you must. Steam, steam. It's Kyambogo's festival. Steam, 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 steam. Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. It's Kyambogo's festival. Demystifying science, technology, and innovation. Muje, 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 tuzine science. Muje. Binu. Kyambogo from 24th to 26th of May. This only if you must. Ha 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 ha.
DJ Simple Simon on the ones and twos. Simple Simon. Follow on Twitter at DJ Simple Simon or log on to supremacysounds.com.
I can see it in your eyes. You want a good time. You wanna put your body on mine. Alright, but don't change your mind.
Mike Wari. Mike Wari Musen. Uli Adili again, I can see what is the ICT. I don't know the ice. Julia, again, I can't see what is the ICT tent. I don't know the ICT tent, but Mike Ali Mutenduli, again, I can see what the ICT tent. I don't know the ICT tent, but Mike Ali Mutent. Uli Ali again, I can't see what the ICT tent. I don't know the ICT tent, but Mike ari mu tent. Uriya agenda, I can't see what the ICT tent. I don't know the ICT tent, but